I'm here. I'm early. It's Wednesday. It's a big day for GameStop. Today, according to the FTD cycles, GameStop is supposed to run big, supposedly. And so far it's up over $1, up 4%. So I actually closed just now my 25 strike for this Friday. I probably closed it too early because it's still running, but by closing it, I basically made my 30 strike for Friday a free roll and some, because I made enough money on that 25 strike that I doubled my money on that one. And it was more than enough to pay for the 2 calls I have for Friday now on the 30 strike. So no matter what happens with that, if they end up expiring worthless even, I still made money on the Friday. And so yeah, I can't lose on this Friday's expiration, no matter what happens. Yo, Gary, how are you? You ready to get your trade in for the day? I know you like to get them in early. So the market is getting crushed right now, but GameStop is running pretty nice. GameStop hit $29.99 in the overnight. And it's not that far from hitting it again right now in regular hours. All right, so I'm completely distracted again, but I mean, look at this sell-off all night. So where are we on the daily? Oh, on the daily, we're currently looking like we're headed back down to the bottom of this area here. Gary says, yeah, I'm done trying to lose money to meet the consistency rule. It's annoying. Just going to run the balance if I can to 30%. Yeah, man, I wouldn't. I agree. I wouldn't play with trying to lose money. It's dangerous, and you could potentially just make it worse. You might as well just trade the way you trade and just, you're really consistent and good lately. I think you should just go for it. Whatever you need to make to get to the 30%, just go for it. Trade your way, trade your style. Maybe it takes a little bit longer to get the next approval, but at least you're doing things according to how, what works for you, and not kind of doing some kind of shenanigans that can get you messed up. So yeah, I totally agree. I wouldn't play that game if I were you. And look at this. So this is whatever we thought this potential range was, or whatever I thought this potential range was. It's not a range. Well below that. So on the day, well, what is this on that hourly? Yeah, it's hourly. Measure this. Not too far away from that target. Otherwise, what do we think? Get some kind of, I don't think that's very helpful. From here, maybe there's some kind of downtrend like that. Keep our eye on that on the 5-minute. GameStop's having a little bit of a pullback now, 29.40. I feel like I don't need to watch it quite as closely because whatever it does, I'm not selling this Friday strike until at least the end of the day, or towards the end of the day today. So I'm hoping it'll hold up and stay up and continue going up. And my plan is to collect whatever profit I'm at end of day, in case it runs up overnight and then in the morning they announce some kind of ATM offering. I just want to collect my profit for this Friday. And then I will still have 2 calls for August, 3 calls for October, 1 call for January, and my 120 shares. So, all right. So I'm going to try to start focusing a little bit more here on NQ. But yeah, Gary, good job. I know you're struggling with what to do with that problem of being over the 30% consistency rule, but I think my brothers tried to play that game before, and I just think it's too dangerous. You try to lose some back just to be able to qualify quicker. Nice. Gary says he's submitting 2 more payout requests tonight. Awesome. Congrats. I'm sure they'll be approved. So it seems like you stick to the rules and just play the way you got to play, and you know your 30% limits and all that. So no reason to expect anything but a nice payout. I've still got a ways to go before I can request any payouts, but I'm just going to follow my process and trading 1 contract at a time. It's going to take me a while. I am just going to be trading basically 2 accounts at a time. So like yesterday wasn't too bad. I made $200 on the day between the 2 accounts. So I'm looking at GameStop and it's looking solid. It's looking solid. For anyone that follows or doesn't follow GameStop, there's these cycles based on failure to delivers of shares after big purchases. And I don't know how Roaring Kitty figured this out, but it seems like it's a real thing, because today is supposed to be the day, or like this week. And there's a lot of speculation about today, and today is looking pretty good so far. I mean, it's been looking good for a week. Every single day for the past week, it's gone up. It's been a green day for, I think, 7 or 8 days or 9 days in a row, something like that. So it's been an interesting ride. I've learned a lot trading GameStop. I wish I knew what I know now when I actually got into this play, but just gotta keep learning. This sell-off, it's just no joke. Where did I mark that? All right, so this measured move is getting really close here. GameStop is having a pullback right now. I'm just gonna roll. I'm gonna roll with my positions now. I'm not gonna roll the position. I mean, I'm just gonna go with them. Gary says these moves are insane. Yeah, I mean, I was not expecting to wake up to a 2% down day. I'll tell you that much. Yeah, down 425 points right now. Right. GameStop is having a deep pullback now. I guess we can't just expect GameStop to just move straight up like it did so far this morning. So pullbacks have to be expected, right? Next stop 127, Gary. Man, I hope you're right about that. That would be a beautiful thing. Honestly, I just want to make a nice profit on my 30 strike for Friday, and then I mean, I'd really love to see GameStop retest the last big push up. So that was 47-ish. Love to see a test of 47, take some profits there. And then, I mean, if it gets to 47, my profits are going to have paid for my entire position and some, I think. And then next stop for me is 64. And then that'll be some nice money for me. And if I can do that, then the ultimate will be to retest that that 2021 number, 121, basically. So yeah, but long way to go. Long way to go. I don't want to get too hyped. Just take it day by day. I was too hyped when I got into this play in May. And I really should have taken my profits as I had them for the first spike and the second spike in June. And so I've just been sitting here holding the bag. And now I realize there's a better way to do it with the options and getting in and out of the options. So, and trying to build up my share position. So Gary says that was a 70-point candle. On what time frame? I think you said you look at the 5s, right? 256 ticks. If you're looking at this one. Yeah, 5 minute. Yeah, I mean, the ATR right now is 93 ticks. So ATR is huge. I think that's maybe as big as I have seen the ATR on a 1 minute since I've started trading the 1 minute. No setups for me on the 1 minute. On the 2 minute, there's a first entry, second entry short right here. Not a bad signal bar. Maybe I would have been able to consider that. I wasn't looking at it. How big was that bar though? Sure, it's big. 94 ticks. So using a signal bar for risk, the risk is huge. Also, just speaking of my GameStop position, for the most part, all of my call option buying was during really high volatility, implied volatility, and made all my options purchases really expensive when I was buying them, especially because of the first set that I bought was during the run up already happening in May. I got in the day after Roaring Kitty's first tweet when he came back. And so the implied volatility was already spiking What I've learned though is if you can get in at periods of low volatility on that stock, the returns are crazy. So I made 100% on the call that I sold today, and I bought those calls I think a week ago. And the other calls that I'm holding for Friday right now are up 115% currently. They were up 150% just a little while ago when it was a little bit higher before this pullback. So I've never really seen it in action on options where the spikes of volatility have such a huge effect on the price. So it's been really interesting to see that play out in real time on positions that I hold. Anyway, getting back to the NQ, Gary says 20s incoming. Yeah. Where are we on where I marked that off? Man, this thing is just... So I hit the measured move from here, from the top. So that's crazy. And that wasn't even really a clean 2 legs, but I guess it is because it's 1 leg down, 2 leg correction, 2 legs down. So we'll see what happens here. I mean, next level. Next level is down here. $20.50 potentially. Somewhere around there, $20.50. Possibly. Yeah, 480 points right now from the highs. Next stop, 80s. Yeah, maybe. When did the sell-off begin? It just really began almost immediately in the overnight. It's pretty insane. Look at that. It really started right here. Around 7 your time. Yeah. It's crazy. I wasn't even paying attention yesterday. All right, well, I already have an overshoot of this, but I guess if you're looking at this, maybe it's going to end up being like that. Looks like a midline there. I don't know. I don't really like using trend channels anymore. That's my old Pats days, but I don't mind putting it on the larger time frames. I just don't put it on the smaller time frames anymore because I think it's deceiving. Gary says test 100s now. Yep. Gary says what's crazy, even after this, we're still over 20K. I know, right? It is crazy. It is crazy. But I'm hoping coming down here will make price action after this be a little bit more normalized in some way. So the price action's just been really insane. Just kind of odd behavior. I guess NQ is always kind of odd behavior, but still. All right, so far it looks like I did the right thing by selling my call early because there's been a major pullback, basically almost to the opening price on GameStop. So it's kind of nice that it's pressure off for this week for me. It almost makes me wish I just took both of the calls off, but we'll see what it does the rest of the day. There's a lot of day left. Looks like it just came down to retest the open, which I'm fine with that. Retest the open and then another bounce, hopefully. Gary says the pullback is going to be crazy. We will see. Hopefully there's a pullback, right? The ATR is lowered. The ATR went from 92 to 73 now. Oh, wait. Yeah. 92 to 73. I'm on the 1 minute now. So that's good. How is that possible? I guess these got smaller here. Yeah. Yeah, these are all smaller. Gary says, I imagine 100-point pullback. Possible. I mean, 100-point pullback is not all that much on this chart. Look, that's 100-point pullback. It'll look like nothing. So you're right. You are right, Gary. 100 pullback will be easy. It'll be nothing. 100-point pullback was to here. And look at all this. Insane. All right, I'm just going to try to be extremely careful today until this settles a little bit. Yeah, we're already at 40. Well, the low's here, 26, but yeah, you're right at the top, over 40. I mean, yeah, we're almost at this level here. 20,050 is the next key area of potential support. Okay, he says if we retest 100, I'll buy. Don't think we will though. Yeah, I have no idea right now. Right now I'm out of the prediction game for this market. So this is intense. Gary says I'll probably sell at 146 for the short as well. Interesting. Gary says, imagine a true market crash down 50% in one day. Yeah, that's hard to imagine at these prices. Yeah, because this is what a 2.25% downturn is, what it looks like. So it's really hard to imagine that. Of course, there'd be halts along the way as well, right? So if that would all happen in a day, or yeah, even if it doesn't happen in a single day, it could happen over multiple days, and there could be multiple halts. All right, so there is a first entry short. Let's see what happens up here. You've got 65 tick bar here. Really big bar. All right, bullish bar. Well, not too bullish, but not too bearish. Gary says he didn't take it. There's strength to the upside. Yeah. As you know, I like to use signal bars. Sometimes I don't care how good the signal bar is, but I tend to use signal bars. This is interesting, though, because we're right at the top Bollinger here. So far an inside bar here. Right. Yeah. Definitely not trusting the short at this moment. Gary says pop to the 70s maybe up here. Yeah, I think it can even maybe get to the 90s actually, but we'll see. Yeah, I'm just keeping in mind that we did reach this measured move already on this chart. And this is 60-minute candles, so yeah. Definitely some potential bullishness, but maybe it's giving it up here. All right, shorts are holding up. And Gary says, and boy, was I wrong. Yeah, I mean, that's why it's like, it's hard, right? Because it's like you want to be able to project. I mean, you might not be wrong yet. Look, there's still some strength. But it's hard. None of us know exactly what the market's going to do next. We just have our edge, how we read the market, and then, you know, when you have a good read on the market, your probability of being right about where the market goes next is higher. But there's always those times where we're just wrong. you know, because the market can do all kinds of things. So yeah, I try to always check myself and remind myself that I never know what's going to happen next, and I can always be wrong at any time. So that's why it's just really important for me that when I actually execute a trade, that I'm just really making sure that my confidence level is high in how I'm reading the market, that I have a good thesis for what's going on with the market, and it's based on a lot of observations I've made over the years, and then execute when I see the right situation, and don't execute when I'm not 100% sure. Because, man, I always take losses when I'm just like, I think this is going to happen, I'm not sure, but I have a setup and it goes with what I'm thinking, even though I'm feeling a little bit confused. That's when I lose. But when I'm like, oh, I understand what this market's doing, I know exactly where, you know, it's likely to go, and I have a setup that fits the picture, that's when I do well. Unfortunately, those times happen so very few times during the day where I'm just like so sure or confident that my read is good. It's more about the read than the setup, you know, the context read. And the setup is just an entry point. So, but man, that's the hardest part for me, is just getting the confluence of those things. Gary says posting P&L, calling it here. Don't want to give anything back. I don't blame you, Gary. If you're up, you got profit that you're happy with for the day. You're able to request a payout for 2 accounts. Man, it sounds like a great morning, if you ask me. Congratulations. Yeah, if you don't mind, I'd love to see if you can post your chart, if you're interested or willing to post your chart and share the trades, entries. I'd love to see if I can learn something from your entries. Yeah, I remember that, Gary. Yeah, Gary says there's payout requested for 11 accounts that are still pending approval. Yeah, so 11, 11 total, or 11 plus 2? I appreciate it, Gary. That'd be really cool, because I feel like there's something I can learn from your entries for sure. I'm not sure what it'll be yet, but I'm really interested to see if I can see something that might be able to help me. I really appreciate it. Total 26K. Yes, Gary. Let's go. That's great. Congrats, man. I want to be like you one day. You're my inspiration. Definitely one of my inspirations right now. Lower high right into the midline. Wouldn't be able to take that. Man, Gary, if you're still here, that's killer profit, man. That's amazing. The accounts with the bigger profit, are those bigger accounts? Are those like the 150s or 250s? Man, that's a great day. I look forward to the possibility of ever having a day like that in my lifetime. That would be amazing. Oh, they're all 50s. Wow. Whew. Killer, man. Yeah, don't even worry about the 30%. Just keep doing what you're doing and you'll be fine. Maybe it takes a little bit longer to build back up, but, or, you know, get to a point where you can, not build back up, but get to a point where you can request. But the way you're trading, you're on fire. So don't even worry about the 30%. Just do what you're doing, and eventually it'll all even out, so you'll be able to request. Gary says I have 8 250s and 9 50s. That's not right. What's not right? Eight 250s and 12 50s. Ah, I see. Very cool. I mean, just passing those 250s alone. I tried twice. I got up to like 4,500 in profit, I think. And then I pushed too hard, crashed and burned. All right, GameStop is bouncing where I kind of thought it would. Retested the open and bouncing, so see what happens. I'm still way up on my calls for Friday. All right, ATR set 77, so it's still elevated. I'm just going to stay patient like I have been, like yesterday. I mean, it took a really long time before I took a trade, but I found a trade I liked. It worked out. And that's how it's been for me lately. I feel like I've had to wait later into the session to find at least one trade. But for the most part, I've liked my choices recently. And I think I've been mostly pretty good about moving my stop to break even plus 1 or 2, to protect the trade once it's going in my favor, or if I'm a little bit unsure about the trade. There was a trade, I don't know what day it was, the other day, where if I didn't do it, it would have been a loss. So I really liked how I protected myself, and instead of a loss, I got a few ticks, and that was good, and I know I'm going to miss out on some wins that way too. It's just going to come stop me out and then go where I thought. But I didn't used to do that at all, and I think it's better for me, even if I take some break evens that could have been wins, full wins. It's kind of better for me so far, I think. Does seem like the market's at least settling. Did way more than the measured move on the 60-minute. Still, I mean, look where we are. There's no real key area that it should be stopping here, really. The next level, you can see it here really clearly. Next level lines up with the bottom of this potential trend channel on the daily. So definitely more room to come down. Yeah. You can easily see it make another 325 points down, whether it's today or in the next couple days. And this range looks so small, but the range is 45 points. In fact, let's make this a little bit bigger. Two legs up, be about here. Yeah, here we go, 2160. It took another dip before it got there, but there's that. There's 67 points up from the bottom. Let's a little peek out of this. Let's see what happens here. Here comes that 100-point bounce from the bottom. Which looks like nothing. I don't think we're at 100 points yet, but 100 points would be here. But still, 75 points from the bottom. Like nothing in the big picture. Oof. It could be a second entry on the 15 or on the 5-minute at the midline. Still 3.5 minutes there. Perfect measured move here. Take this off, doesn't seem legit. GameStop is still just basically around the open price. So see if this is one more retest at the lows, and then maybe this is where the real bounce comes, hopefully, for it to continue up. I'm still red overall in my GameStop position as of right now, in terms of all of my positions. I'm way up on my shares, but I've got 3 sets of calls that are underwater right now. So I got into all of those when the volatility was really high. It's a measured move over here. It looks like we're fading away from it a little bit. Just haven't seen any setups for me. I mean, right when I started, pretty much there was a first entry, second entry long that failed going into the lows, but I just wasn't even considering anything like that. So this 50 SMA has definitely played resistance multiple times here on the way down. And it got over it. The first close over it we've had since up here. But still playing resistance overall. GameStop has kind of been like this lately too, where it's been pumping in the mornings this past week, and then it backs off, and then it has another strong push in kind of the later part of the day. It's been kind of a pattern all week, this week, last week, going back to the beginning of the month. So I'm hoping that continues to be the case for today. So NQ, what are we going to do? ATR still 76, very elevated. I feel like the normal range of NQ is like in the 40s, right? Like anywhere on the low end in the 30s, and then regular high end is like maybe high 40s, 50. So 75 ATR tick, tick ATR is still very elevated. my first entry, second entry setting up, but I'm not looking for longs here. We do have another close over the 50. We're way too up against top Bollingers to consider going long. Just looking to see what those options are worth that I sold earlier. Yeah, they're down a little bit from where I sold. I'm definitely feeling good about where I sold my 25 strike today. And hoping it's not a mistake that I held on to the 30s, but at least I won't lose money on that one no matter what. Wow, GameStop's actually a little into the red today at this point. There's a really deep pullback here. This is a level I'm hoping it'll hold. It's kind of like a trend line, this area. But yeah, they're definitely trying to crush it down today. I don't foresee a setup for me very soon here. I'm just gonna take a couple minute break. I'll be right back. Turn off my accounts, make sure nothing goes weird while I'm away. I'm just gonna take a break and make sure I'm being patient. Alright, so I've turned the copier off. I put this on sim. That way no trades can be entered while I'm away, since sometimes people say that's a thing. I'm just going to take like a couple minutes. Shouldn't be too long. Be right back. All right, I'm back. Let's see here. Turn this off. Put my accounts back on here. P11. And turn the copier back on. So I guess I really have to just measure, I think, to here. Measure that, measure this. Where does that take us? Almost there with that measurement. Here on the 2 minute, there is a new low, first entry, second entry, engulfing. I think that was when I was not here. No trade on the 1 minute. ATR is still 71 ticks on the 1 minute. It's 95 on the 2 minute. All right, I was just reminded, I actually forgot that I have to get my daughter up for school today and get her to school. Slipped my mind. I think I was so excited about GameStop this morning. Yeah, so no trades for me so far today, and I'm gonna have to take about an hour and a half break. I'm gonna leave my stream running, and I'll come back and see if there's any trades for me. But I won't be back until about 12:30 Eastern. So let's put that on here. All right. So I think that's the deal. See, maybe looking like this, I guess. And yeah, my wife had something to do for work early today, so I missed her mom this morning. So I gotta go wake her up and get her ready. So I'll be back if you want to come back and check me out around then. I'm sure all the good setups will happen when I'm away, and then I'll come back and there won't be anything. That's my guess. Anyway, let me turn this off for a second, turn off my accounts before I forget. This way I make sure that nothing can be entered on my PA accounts by accident. All right, so I'll be back in about an hour and a half. All right, I'm back. Let's get my count back up here and try to get some trades. Okay, so I'll trade 11 and 12 if I see something. All right, GameStop really just back at like the close of yesterday, pretty much, 28.60. So looks like I did the right thing by selling my call earlier so far, instead of having to be worried about that all day. The other one for Friday's free roll, it's still up, so. All right, and then back here on this chart, where are we at? That's another strong candle. I mean, if you measure just these candles, this red one and this red one, they're almost the same now. So down 560 now, 2.7%. Crazy, crazy move. At the bottom of this channel looks like, look this. The channel, that channel held here, and then the midline held on the 2 minute. Or no, that's the 5 minute. I wonder if I can make it on the 2 minute. What would it look like if I started it here? I mean, I don't want to put it on the chart that I'm trading off of, but I can put it on those. So I've been gone for like an hour and a half. I stopped at like 8, so somewhere around here. So let's see. Any trades? This one's not bad. New low, first entry, second entry short. 2 legs up, even 2 legs there. New high. Don't see anything there. Don't see anything there. Maybe lower high here. So maybe a couple possibilities, but who knows? If I'm not here during the setup live, then it's just a guess whether I would have actually taken something or not. Where did I do that measured move? So went well beyond the measured move. We're now at what could be potential support. Was resistance over here. If that doesn't work, then maybe this level would be next. Thing just wants to keep going down, I guess. Right, well, I'm just gonna be my usual patient self and wait for a solid setup. No need to force anything, especially on a day like today where I've already missed an hour and a half of my trading time. Days like today where I have to go do something else and miss part of the day are especially crucial that I don't force anything. So these are the days I've gotten myself into trouble in the past where I've gotten frustrated that I missed all this time, I couldn't trade, I want to make money, and then I do something stupid. Here's that measured move. There was a low reaction here off that big measured move. So can you believe that? We made one leg down and a whole another one of those legs down and some. It's pretty insane. Where are we on the daily now? I mean, look, there's still more room. If it wants to keep going, it can. Potential level here. Next potential level here. So it can definitely still keep going. The 2 minute chart. 2 minute chart, still 75, almost 76 ticks ATR. On the 1 minute, at least it's down to 54, so at least it will be a little bit less risk if I do find myself a trade on the 1 minute, potentially. First entry, inside bar for second entry. I was sort of considering this. It's not really the setup I'm looking for. The only thing I liked about it was touching the outer Bollinger. But I'm still watching this to see how often it works or not. Set up off an inside bar. Maybe it doesn't matter if it does touch like that. We've gone 4.5 points. So, I mean, I would have got out at least break even plus 1 or 2, if not a little bit more, but not a full scalp. But I like this. In theory, wick touches the outside Bollinger, even though it's an inside bar. Eventually, it works for the full scalp. So I gotta remember that. So it seems like those still work in these cases. Punctured the inside top one and touched the outside one. None of these potential ranges are holding up as healthy ranges. Well, this one's coming back. Maybe I deleted it too soon. Kind of a failed breakout. Failed breakout. Again, the touch of the outer Bollinger on this one. No setup, but just out of curiosity, how far did it go? 6 points. Now high or low, which is also a second entry long. It's hard to want to go long in a market that keeps finding a way to go lower. It's not going to give the setup anyway, it looks like. Go grab my drink. I forgot in the other room. All right. So I'm definitely not looking for longs at the moment. At the moment, all day. Haven't really been here very long to trade today. GameStop's pushing again a little bit, 28.90. I think 29 is an important level, and then clearly 30. The powers that be don't want it to go over 30. Literally last night it went to 29.99 in the overnight and got rejected from there. And then today it got up to 29.80 and got rejected. So 30 is the spot to watch, 29 as well here in the near term on GameStop. All right, here's a second entry long. Potential failure, but it's just going right into the bottom Bollinger. I never feel good going right into the bottom Bollinger unless there's a close right on it. Again, it's still, you'd be taking shorts into the low of the day. Just definitely don't trust the shorts here. Take this off again. It's just not giving me much info. You're also right along what appears to be the bottom of a big trend. So I don't know, you want to short right into that. What a day. Just bearish as hell. Failures right there. Gone 4 3/4 points, 4.5 points, something like that. It worked for a scalp if you stuck with it. If I stuck with it. If I took it. Just doesn't look like a high probability setup, even though it's in the downtrend. But pretty much seems like you could just sell anywhere. Almost. Stick to short, man. These are lows, who cares? This thing's down 3% almost. 584 points. Just go short. And then whoosh, as soon as I get in. Even going beyond this. So if this channel is legit and there's going to be an overshoot, maybe it's going to prepare for some kind of bounce of some kind. Still don't overshoot here yet. It's about to though. It's going to close below. Oh, where is it? Look, the 5 minute didn't overshoot. Who knows? Maybe if you adjust this is why I don't like trend channels. So if you can adjust anything to make it look like one thing or another. I was talking about a bounce because of an overshoot, and there's some kind of bounce happening temporarily. So almost 40-point move right there. Really haven't had a chance to like settle in and get comfortable with price action today. So I've been running pretty early today. I think it was around 6:45 when I got started. But I was like completely focused on GameStop for this first like 30 to 45 minutes probably. And by the time I was starting to really watch this, it wasn't long after at 8 my time, where I was reminded I had to get my daughter up and ready to school today. So I really, was here for this. Wasn't paying a whole lot of attention, and then I started paying attention around here, and then I was gone by here. So, and then I've only been back for this. So I gotta keep reminding myself of that, because there is like something in me that there's like a growing frustration when the days go by and I don't get a lot of trades. So I gotta fight that feeling of like feeling like I need a trade. Like I don't need a trade unless one comes to me. So I was talking about a bounce earlier, just based off of a little bit of an overshoot on this channel. Don't really like drawing channels, but it seems like it really did happen that way. So there's barely a first entry here. If this is going to be a second entry, I don't think I'm going to like it. Just the nature of this. Just draw that to keep me on the right side of things. And we also did have a really strong shoot up through the midline of the Bollinger. So if there is a second entry short, I'll actually potentially be looking for a long instead of a short for the failure. I have to see where and how it sets up. Plenty of room to the top Bollinger in the midline. Can hear the Bollinger here getting close to the 50 on the 2 minute. But here, if this sets up a failure, I mean, if it sets up a second entry, triggers, and sets up a failure, I might like that. All right, see what happens here. If this triggers to the short side. So that's triggered. Barely a first entry here, second entry there. Pretty big. I don't want to do an engulfing really. What's up, Digital? How are you? Considering this for a long. I want the candle to close, and it's a pretty big risk. I've been going all right. Just haven't really been at the chart very much. Had to step away for like an hour and a half to take care of my daughter this morning. Hi, 57.75. Try this. Ooh, that was fast. All right. That's my first trade of the day. So this is becoming my favorite setup. I mean, I didn't even have room to consider moving my profit target further away. That just took 26 ticks. But yeah, that's my first trade of the day. What I like is a strong push up through the middle of the Bollinger. And this seems to be really consistent. When you get a strong push up, and then you get something like either, you can't tell, but it's a first entry short here, a second entry short with a failure, and a pretty decent trend line I can draw. Those tend to work for at least my 26 tick profit target. And those are becoming my favorite, like either for like a failure like that, or like a new high in a second entry long kind of situation, depending on how it's set up. And this might still keep going. So, if I had two contracts, I'd have one for a runner. But right now, I'm just going with one contract these days, just to build confidence. I realize that the Bollingers are new for me, and I'm making it more and more a more important part of my strategy. So we'll see what happens here. I mean, if this comes, honestly, I probably would have moved my stop to under this bar already if I had another contract. So I don't think I would have got much more than what I already got. If at all, I might have got less, because if I didn't get the profit here, I might have moved my stop right here and got less profit. So, but yeah, going well, Digital. I was really distracted earlier when I first started, like 15 minutes after the market opened, with GameStop, because I was looking to sell one of my contracts, and I did that, and then I had like a half an hour of time with the NQ. And then I had to switch over, or not switch over, but I was reminded I had to get my daughter up and ready for school and take her to school. So I missed about an hour and a half of chart time. And I just came back around 9:30 my time. So I've been back for a half hour and just got my first trade. So not a bad day. How are you doing today, Digital? Pretty sure this was 26 ticks. Yeah, 26 ticks. That's basically what my standard profit target is these days, is 26 ticks. And I try to adjust when and if I can to get a little bit more, or lock in a little bit less if I'm not sure. Not so bad yourself. How many trades do you have? I assume that means you're in profit, which is what I like to hear. So if that's the case, congrats. I'm actually going to switch. So I made 126 on each of these accounts. Digital says broke a couple rules today, but still closed the day green. Okay, well, I'd say that's a bonus to finish the day green then if you broke some rules, right? And just, you know, I really hate when I break rules. Like I really, like when I break rules and I lose, like that's when I'm really tough on myself because I feel like I know better. But if I can break rules and be green, then I kind of tell myself like, okay, you got to rein it in. You know, this is the self-talk I do to myself. It's like, okay, I got to rein it in. I got to follow my rules. I got lucky today. Gonna be a little bit better with my discipline tomorrow, but happy with the win. You know, Digital says about 250 up on the day or something like that. Nice, nice. Very good. I'll take it. 250. You know, look, I'm 126 on each of these accounts, so I'm about the same, 250 combined, and I'm happy with that. Let's update the days here. Traded 20 days, jeez, and 14 days. So as we can see, trading a lot of days but not making a lot of money, but yeah, it is what it is. Right now I'm just trying to focus more on the process than making money, because I've seen for myself that focusing on making money is not making me money. So I'm going to just really try to focus on the process, take good trades, take them when they come to me, skip anything else. If I don't have a solid reason, contextual reason for why I'm taking a setup in one direction or the other, then I got to skip the setup is what I'm doing here. Yeah, Digital says, yeah, same here. So, you know, it's like, to me, I've just really noticed, especially since I switched to the 1 minute chart, have the Bollinger Bands on, I've done all these like modifications, but my setups are still the same. And so what I've really taken to heart now for myself is, you know, when I have really good contextual reasons to be thinking long or short, and then I get a setup in that direction, I do really well. I win those trades. When I'm not really sure what the market's doing, I don't have really a contextual reason, but I get a setup to go in one direction or the other, and I'm kind of guessing what I think the market's doing, then I tend to lose those. And that's the bulk of my losses in those situations where I'm like, I'm not really sure. Do I have a reason to go long? But I have a setup to go long, and so I take it, and then inevitably that's where I fail. So yeah, rules are like super important to me because I just don't do well when I'm guessing. I don't do well when the setup is valid, but I don't have a reason beyond the individual setup. And so that's why I'm getting so few trades lately, especially the market's been kind of crazy. But really, it's just been about that. It's just been about like when I have a solid thesis for why the market's going to do the thing that the setup is there for, you know, as opposed to like, oh, it's a setup, I'm going to take it. I'm going to go long just because there's a setup, and not really having another reason. So same here. There's a first entry, second entry long, not a great signal bar. I do expect a new high of this, but not necessarily off of this setup, right? So maybe some trappers take the short here, and then they get trapped. Trappers get trapped, and maybe it goes back up here to make a new high. It's kind of what I'm thinking. Do have this 50 SMA, which is also new on my charts, and the 200 up here. And so, you know, we finally broke that 50, but it doesn't mean that it's just longs from here. This was like a very specific long I took, and it turned out great. I took my 26 ticks. I could have got like slightly more, but not a whole lot, right? How much more could I got? A few points, maybe 3.5 more points, something like that. Yeah, digital says, yeah, I agree. The market's been wild, past couple of days. It really has. I mean, especially when you think about, look at these 2 days, this day and this day. I mean, this was approximately a 600 point day, and we're working on a 560 point day right now, 2.7%. So 560. So, I mean, look at these two bars are bigger than anything we've had. These two bars are the biggest down days we've had since arguably all the way back here, maybe. My wife's calling me. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Looks like nobody's still here, but I had a call from my wife. So yeah, my guess is this is probably supposed to be tighter, right? And you had a break and new high. The way I was looking at it, 1, 2, 3. So anyway, I'll leave it like that. That's kind of how I was seeing it to take that trade. And what I wanted to do was switch accounts now, because now that I've got the 126 locked in on these accounts, I'm just going to go ahead and turn off my screen real quick and switch accounts. So go with account 13 now. And then we'll copy trade from 13 and copy trade to 14, which would be my first trade on 14 if I get a trade. And so this is kind of my game plan for how I'm going to go forward from this point is since I'm just trading one contract and I'm trying not to be too focused on the money, I do want to try to get as many accounts traded as I can. And so I'll just cycle through them. It's kind of what I was doing before, actually. So it's not really anything new for me. It's kind of like, I don't like drawing this. Let's see, on the 2 minute. Yeah, so look at that. Had resistance right at the 50 again, which has been resistance on the 2 minute pretty steadily. There was a first entry long, second entry long failure. Could have considered, but at the time I was thinking maybe we'll get a retest of the high. Actually, since I have that trade, you know what I'm going to actually do is take a break, feed my dogs, take them out. Dog's barking. He knows what he wants. And then I'll come back. Yep. All right. I'll be back in 15 to 20 minutes. All right, back again. Turn this off. Let's get my accounts back on here. Doing 13 and 14 next. Oops, not that one. 13 and copy to 14. All right. So what we got here? Let's see where we're at. Still some room. Still some room to the Bollinger here. Bottom of the trend channel. The support on the hourly. We're at a level that could be some support. It's kind of like the first possible support. And it looks like so far it's holding it up. And 15, I never really get much from the 15. Five-minute, we're at the midline. 2-minute, also at the midline. Had a little bit of an overshoot here, barely. Which makes me think, one leg up, 2 legs up, we've done that plus some. So that's interesting. And in the 1 minute, it's probably the same measurement from here and here, yeah. So got 2 legs up. We're at the 200 SMA now. Got a new low here. So first entry, potential second entry short right here. 2 sideways here for me. Haven't had enough thought process to think about taking this. But that looks like it would have worked really well. I kind of like this, thinking about this. I mean, the other thing I could have done actually, if I had more time when I just got back, 1 leg, 2 legs, 2, which went just slightly further than that. So measured moves reached both ways. And what I kind of liked about this was we had a touch of the Bollinger here, and it was released here, and then you have the setup here. So there's some things to like about that short. Also knowing that we were at the midline. New low, first entry. I don't know if this is higher on this one. Yeah. This is a low here, so this is new low. So that was just a first entry on that. Anyway. Here we have a, no, first entry, second entry failed. All right, so only on the 1 minute, there's kind of a decent entry. Actually, I'm looking at this. These are all the same height. So it really was only a first entry short there. This was not, I guess it's a hidden second entry short. I could look at it that way. So you had new high. First entry closed up, goes down, second entry, below there. GameStop is holding up pretty good, 29.15 right now. I really think it's going to make a push to make another new high of the day at some point. So the high is 29.80 and we're at 29.15. So I really think before the end of the day, we'll get back up to 29.80 or more. But we'll see. We're still up over 100% on these calls for expiration on Friday. And I closed one of my calls this morning for a 100% gain. Well, really happy with my first trade. I think that one worked out really well. I'd like to see more setups like that. I felt really confident taking it, even knowing that the body high was right here next to it and it's kind of stacking up a little bit. As long as these weren't like even body highs, I think that's safe. When they're even body highs like this, yeah, that's more of a resistance level. 2 candles, bodies closing like that. So if the same setup happened going into that, I'd be a little bit more wary or concerned about potentially getting caught. And the weekly chart on GameStop is looking really good. If this week's candle closes around where it is right now, I think there's a lot of potential upside coming. Of course, as I say that, the stock is going down in the short term. Ooh. Second entry potential here. Not a setup for me. And every time I plug in my computer, the fan is so loud. It's kind of a failed second entry short in a way too. It's new low, first entry, engulfing second entry, failure, and a second entry long. But look at that. Right off of the 50 on the 2 minute. But no setup here for me. It's not a trade I take, at least not until I figure out some kind of rules I can apply to it. Gary, yeah, still alive. Still here. Got a trade a little while ago. First one, and then I somewhere around here fed the dogs, took them out, and just came back. And I've been going a little bit later lately. I'll probably give it another, I don't know, 15, 20 minutes. Yeah, I mean, I missed an hour and a half of trading this morning, taking my daughter to school and getting her ready and everything. So, and there's been a lot of days like that. So I've just been trying to put in a little extra time. Here's a new low, first entry, second entry. Just went right through the midline. I might think about this. Only problem I have with this is this support level potentially. So I need to see a close below. There's not a whole lot of room. But what I like about it is it pushed strongly through the middle and it's giving me a second entry short. Just by the time the candle closes. Yeah. It's going to be too far down. I'm just being super careful with engulfing bars now. So, but if I took it engulfing, I would have easily already got my profit target. But yeah, I'm just extra careful when I see potential support in all these wicks right here. So this probably still works even at the bottom here, but it's just really no room to that inside Bollinger. So can't consider that. There's also this next level of potential support here. And then there's this one. Oh, nice, Gary. Just took another one. Good, good. Yeah, it's funny. I found that, I used to have like hard rules about like not trading after a certain time or not trading during certain time periods. I still have that rule about after hours now and like Sundays, but I found, I really believe this now. It's like as long as you're seeing the market well and you're taking trades off of how you see the market, the context of the market, and you're getting a setup based on the context, whatever context that is, how you read the market, then it almost doesn't matter what time you trade. Um, as long as you're trading within the rules you set for yourself. So I don't mind staying on later. I kind of liked being finished earlier. It gave me more of my day to just do other things I needed to get done. But um, yeah, days like today, I feel like there's a lot of price movement. There's like bound to be more opportunities. There was an opportunity over here I could have taken. There was this opportunity I could have taken. So, opportunities come and it just, I don't see a problem sticking around for myself to give myself a chance to get another trade. I really want to get some trades on my other accounts. So if I have to stay a little bit longer, I've already switched. So I got my first trade on 11 and 12. Then I'll do my next trade, if I get one, on 13 and 14. And then if I get that trade, and if I'm still trading, I might look for a trade on 15. So it's funny. It's like as much as my trading has changed or evolved since I've been on YouTube, there's some really big changes, like the Bollinger Band and stuff like that I've done, and changing to the 1 minute chart instead of the tick chart. But then a lot of what I'm doing has been consistent throughout the whole thing too. So it's interesting, kind of stepping back and trying to look at my trading. I feel like I'm on the right path. I'm just taking it really slowly, more slowly than I'd really truly like, but it is what it is. Just got to go through the process and find what works, for ourselves, right? Nobody can trade for us. Or if you find someone that can trade for us, well, you're probably breaking a prop firm's rule or even a broker's rule. So you can't really do that. Yeah, Gary says it be what it be. I agree. I'd like and need to be making some money with this time I'm spending on all this, but it's not going to happen if I don't really lock it in what I'm doing here. So I kind of like having this 2 minute chart. This has been interesting for me, so that's new. Now I have the 2 minute, the 5 minute, the 15 minute, the 60 minute. The 60 minute, I don't know how helpful that really is for me. I guess you could just see some of these older levels from back here as possibilities. And then, of course, the daily. Gary says, I'd rather make nothing for a while and then make a ton later. Yeah, I agree. I'd rather make nothing now and not lose a lot now. Because I've done enough losing. I know how losing works. I've covered that well enough. So now it's time to start break even or profitable. Those are, I'll take break even as a base level and profitable as what I'm still striving for. It's all good. It's all good. And it's cool to have be doing the YouTube streaming thing and have someone like Gary that comes around and is like a positive person that actually comes here and wants to see me do well. As opposed to those people that drop in and leave comments where it seems pretty clear that they take some kind of, it kind of makes them happy to see me struggle or not do well. So thank you, Gary, for being a supporter. I appreciate it. Gary says, I'm slowly padding the accounts, but shutting down the platform because you can only be right for so long. force quit. Honestly, I think like a lot of the things you say are like right on. I really feel like I can relate to you in a lot of ways. I feel like I know we had similar background in trading PATs previously, and just a lot of things you say resonate with me. So I feel like when you say things about what you're doing and how you're handling things for yourself, it's like, yeah, that's how I'm trying to do those same things for myself too. So that's cool. Yeah, Gary says you got it, Brisky. Appreciate it. It's funny. It's like, there's so many setups I could be taking in a day. I mean, I've got the one I've taken. I've seen two other ones I definitely could have taken. And I think there was one or two earlier in the day I could have taken. So it's like today could be a 5 trade day easily. But like this is the only one I felt really confident about, you know? So it's just funny how that works. And then there's days where you get that false confidence, maybe you've been on a little win streak, things are going good, your accounts are building, and you get this like false confidence. Almost like you feel like you can't do any wrong, and then that's when the losses really come. So I feel like there's just like one mode I need to operate in, which is just I'm only looking for the A plus setups right now. It's like if it's not an A plus setup, I gotta let it go and give myself a chance to have healthy accounts for when A plus setups come. But it does get frustrating. I mean, it's like you sit here for so long and like to only get one trade to make, $126 on an account. I mean, I know it's on 2 accounts, but I mean, look, like I'm still below starting balance on the second one. 20 days, $825 profit in 20 days, do the math. And it's like working for peanuts, but I know the bigger days can come. And Gary's proof of that. I mean, look at what Gary's been doing. He's got 20 accounts now, making big profits on accounts. And even when he doesn't make big profit, he makes profit across a lot of accounts. $126 on 2 accounts is $250. If I do that on 5 accounts, that's $1,000 in a day. So I know where this is leading to. I just got to be able to build up. And it's the same thing that Gary just mentioned. It's like about slowly padding up the accounts. Like, cause that's when the real magic happens. If you can build up the accounts, not blow them out on a payout and having small drawdown, if you can build them up and then get to the point where you can take out as much as you want after the 3 months. I mean, that's, you can really have some great healthy trading at that point. So there's definitely a process, and I think it's smart to try to build up the accounts. And but at the same time, obviously, I got to take the payouts when I can get them. So if I ever can take out 2,000, I'm taking out 2,000 whenever that comes. I'm all in on Apex for a little over 3,000 at this point. So if I don't do any more evaluations, that number stays the same. So it takes a payout and a half to be break even, essentially. So really 2 payouts and I'm in the green. So I really, that's my focus now. I'm probably going to cancel my 2 evaluations that renew on the 22nd coming up. There's another one, first entry, second entry up here, but I don't know. I wasn't looking at it for that at the time. Lower high engulfing, but right into potential support. I mean, this thing is just continuing to try to make new lows. We still got more room on the daily. Gary says, but how much do most people make working the entire day? Some less than that. That's true. I mean, it's true. But when I'm working, I make a pretty good amount of money. But I haven't had a job in a while now, so I work freelance, so my jobs come and go. I make a lot of money while I'm working, and then I have to make it last when I'm not working. That's a good point. It's kind of, everything is relative, and it's the same idea of like trading the market. One person can go long and the other person can go short, and both can win at the same time, because it's all relative to how they trade and where they're entering, where they're putting their stops, where they're putting their profit targets, and so it's all relative to everything in life, trading, everything. Like, to me, I just feel like trading is kind of like a reflection of life in a lot of ways, some bizarre ways. And how we trade it is a reflection of our personalities, So that's why I'm really past thinking that, like, no matter how good of a trader someone is, like, not anyone can just learn how to trade just like that person. It's like you gotta be able to take what works for you, for your personality, and then leave everything else. And that's why, trying to trade like Mac didn't work for me. Because he sees the market however he does after 20 years. And, what I think are good entries to him, presumably, are not good entries. Remove this. Yeah. I think this was actually a pretty good trade, this short. Hindsight. Oh, Gary, am I confusing you with someone else? Did I think that I thought that you tried out max price action trading system when you first started futures? Or am I thinking of the wrong person? That wasn't you. I remember someone a while back came in here. Oh, not you. Okay. I remember someone a while back came in here and said that they were trading that too when they started, but I guess it was someone else. That's how I started trading futures. Was I watched this guy Mac. If you look him up on YouTube, he teaches. He calls it PATS, and it's called Price Action Trading System. He's got a website. He sells like a subscription to his website for like $125 a year or something like that. It's pretty cheap. And I put my first 3 years of trading, trying to trade like him, on the ES, and a lot of how I trade is some concepts. The entries are based on the concepts I learned from him, but he has all kinds of like trend channels that he teaches to draw and rules about them and when they break. And I've kind of thrown that part of it out, and he teaches trading on tick charts, 2000 tick charts on ES. I threw that out. Obviously, I threw ES out. Trading on NQ now. So, but that's a big part of how I look at the market, is some of the things I learned from him. It's actually, I spent so much time on futures, that it's really hard to shake or see the market in a different way. Gary says trading is as unique as the person. You can only learn from others. You cannot trade like them most of the time. I agree. That's what it took me a long time to figure that out, because I really thought like, oh, if someone's a really good trader and you can learn how to trade just like them, then you'll be a good trader too. But I think what you said is exactly right. Trading is as unique as each individual person, and what works for one person is likely not to work for someone else, or maybe some things work and some things don't. But how we all view the market is unique to our personalities and our biases and all those things. So I 100% agree with you. And that's kind of what my YouTube channel has been a large part about, is like finding the bits and pieces that work for me, and throwing out things I find aren't working for me, and then trying to evolve and kind of modify to find things that I can use that work for my psychology. Because as you can see, I can have a ton of patience and discipline, as long as I'm seeing progress. But when I take trades based on what someone else says should work and it doesn't work, that's when I get frustrated. So like that's where I got to the point where it's like, okay, I can't do that anymore. I gotta find what works for me. And so this entire YouTube journey that I've been on since September, has been, maybe I should even retitle. I mean, I say it's documenting my trading journey, but it's more than that. It's really about evolving my trading to find what works for me. You know, and it's a long, slow, grinding process. It really is. And like I find things that work for me, but also the number of opportunities is really limited. Like the number of opportunities where I see a trade where there's nothing negative in my mind about why I take a trade. There's so many times where I'm looking at a trade and there's something about it that there's like a reason to not take it. And there's so few times where you get like those A+ setups where you just can't even see a reason to not take the trade. And I'm like really meticulous that way. So like I'm like I'm a little bit mechanical. Like I like to have like objective mechanical reasons to be in a trade or not in a trade, and almost like try to make it as black and white as possible, even though it's never truly black and white. But I look for those kinds of opportunities to trade that way, but it really limits the number of trades you can get when you're trading that way. Because you can always find something wrong with a trade. Just about, virtually every setup, you can find a reason to not like a trade. Gary says, "Yeah, that's good. When I quit listening to how others do it and just find my flow, that's when it clicked for me. I'm a lot less mechanical. I feel the market more." If that makes sense. Yeah, I get that. I mean, there's definitely days where I feel like I can do that. Where there's days where you get into a rhythm and you can really just kind of get a sense of like you feel like where the market's going next. It's like that like matrix kind of moment in your brain. I've had that before, but I've gone wrong with it too, because I've had those days where I feel that and you get on a roll and you start trading and you get a lot of trades, and then you get a loss, and you think you're going to get it back, and then you get another loss, and then you give it all back. That's when I've traded that way, like purely discretional feeling kind of trades. That's what's happened to me. It's like I get some wins, I feel really good and confident, and then I overtrade and I give it all back, and then I end up having a red day. And so that's why I've like really, that's like going way back, right? But that's why I've really gotten to the point of like trying to be more precise about my entries. Gary says, if that makes sense. Yeah, that made sense. And Gary says, when I don't feel it, or if I'm not in the flow, I stop immediately. It's better to want to be in that and want to be out. Oh, it's better to want to be in than to want to be out of any trade. Yeah, I feel that for sure. Dude, you speak a lot of truth. Like every time you talk about trading, I feel like, yeah, this guy gets it. I really do. And there's other people that come in here where I'm like, man, you and I can't be more different. But look, you and I trade differently, but yet the way we think is very similar in terms of how we go about what we do. And I think that's a really important thing that you figured out, by the way, because you trade based on feel, but you can recognize of yourself when you're not feeling it, and that's really hard for most people. Like most people that trade that way, I think, and most people I know that trade that way or watch trade that way, they don't know when to stop. They don't know when to be like, all right, this market, I just have no idea. I shouldn't trade in this. They try to force something because, well, frankly, I think their rules allow them to, because they don't have specific entry rules, and they get themselves into some trouble that way. But if you can recognize it for yourself, like, oh man, this market's not my thing today, and you can get yourself to stop, then, I mean, that's truly in my opinion, truly the way to find success. And that's, I think, what's happening for you, Gary, is you found within yourself an understanding of like, yes, today I'm a green light. No, today I'm a red light, or at this point of time, I'm a red light until another time. Gary says trading is 90% mindset, in my opinion. Master that thyself first. Yeah, I agree. It took me a long time to figure that out. Honestly, I really thought it was a strategy. For a long, long time, I thought, oh, if you just have the right strategy, you can't go wrong. But it's not true, because if you can't psychologically be at a place where you can trust the strategy, where you understand your edge, when you understand when your edge is more or less likely to work, to be able to stop, to be able to take a loss and leave it on a red day instead of trying to force getting back to green. There's so many aspects of it. So yeah, I agree. 90%, at least 90% is mindset, psychology, for sure. I really agree. Gary says, I mean, I can just buy or sell at random, and that could be a strategy. That's true. Yeah, you're right. Anything could be a strategy. You can have any reason in the book to hit buy or sell. It's so true. I mean, look, this thing's going up. Green, 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 green. Just buy, and try to get out with profit. There was a guy in here. I turned him off. I don't let him talk to me anymore because he just got very annoying. But there was a guy in here that said he did 100 trades a day. He averaged 100 trades a day. So he says, right? And, he's basically just pushing buy and sell just over and over and over and over again. That's a strategy. Right? I mean, if it works for him, great. But it's like, I'm clearly not that kind of a trader. So if he's trying to come in here and tell me, oh, you should trade that way. Like, come on, man, get out of here. Obviously, that's not my psychology. Yeah, Gary says that's a bit more than I do. Laugh out loud. Yeah, I mean, if it works, it works. But trust the source too. Random on the internet who claims to be profitable, but yet also revealed that he's only been trading MNQ for 6 months. So, although he says he's been trading for 18 years or whatever he said, but MNQ, NQ, whatever is different than if trading stocks or anything else. So it's like, come on, man. I'm taking 100 trades a day, over trading, and show me the receipts if you're going to claim to be profitable, right? Gary says, on the accounts that are 1,700, it was a single buy and one ad. Beautiful. Now, to me, that's the way to trade. It doesn't take 100 trades. Like, you can do it with one trade in a day and be really profitable. And that's, all you need. To me, that's the kind of trading I want to do. I'm more interested in that than taking 100 trades a day, or even 5 or 10 trades a day, But the truth is, I look at Apex. The reason why I've always just been with Apex and no one else, so far, and just trying to figure out how to get payouts, is because I know that once I can scale up, and it's not even about scaling up with contracts, it's just scaling up with accounts. Right now I'm currently trading with 2 accounts. If I make $126 on 2 accounts, yeah, that's $250. If I can double that and do it on 4 contracts, it's $500. If I can make $500 a day consistently, I'm now getting somewhere. That's like in the ballpark of where I want to be, and it only goes up from there as you can scale up more accounts. So it doesn't even take a $1,700 trade, on one account or whatever. It really can just take a trade like I took today and make $126, and boom, 4 accounts, 5 accounts, 10 accounts, and it's like I don't really have to do much different than what I'm already doing. I just have to gain the confidence to be able to trade more accounts at one time. I'm also very wary of trading like that on Apex because of all the rhythmic problems. So with all the technical issues, I don't ever want to trade all my accounts at the same time. But, if Apex is around long enough, and if I'm able to stick with it long enough, like I envision a time where I have 20 accounts and I trade like 10 and 10, and, one trade, $126 on 10 accounts, it's, over $1,000. And, if I get a second trade that day, that's $2,000. So if I can do that consistently, really lock down my trading, like Gary says, wait and wait and wait and then trade, which is essentially what I do, and just scale up with the number of accounts. If hopefully Apex is around for a long time with 20 accounts and the whole thing, then, there's a future that I can envision for myself trading that way. And it doesn't involve changing anything that I'm doing. It's just doing what I'm doing. So, of course, there will be losses in there. So, you got to factor that in. This is a second entry short. If it triggers. But again, this was a pretty strong push through the middle. I'm not really inclined to think short right now. Look, we're getting over the midline for the first time on the 2-minute chart on this potential downtrend. So I'm kind of, look, here's the 15-minute. It looks like we've really found a base. So it did trigger anyway. But I'm not really sure I'm looking for shorts at this point. Also, I mean, I can definitely make an argument for this is one leg up, and we'll go to a second leg up, which gets you to that resistance. So Gary says, all in. I don't have a setup yet. It's probably going to get up here without me. Of course, this is also the first time we haven't been above the 200. I mean, ever since this thing broke down very, very early on. Look at that. We've been under the 200 SMA this whole time. The 200 is new for me to look at. We did close above it one time here before we sold off more. And then it's been resistance ever since, and it was resistance here. Oh, here's that second entry short on an engulfing. I'm wary of engulfing bars for entries, and I'm wary of a short right now, honestly. I'm wary of a long too here, because clearly I'm very aware of this 200 SMA acting as resistance historically today. Where are we on the 2-minute? Sometimes the 2-minute I'd like to give me some clarity. Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of a failure here already on the 2-minute. I mean, this actually is my trade, but on the 2-minute. 96 tick bar, though, would be my risk. I think it would have already worked, too. We've got something out of it, I guess. On the 5-minute, yeah, I just think we're going higher. But, man, right into the 200, I can't take this trade. And the Bollingers are curving. It's all stacked up, even though it probably works. This is like the times where it's like there's a reason to not take the trade, even though I like it. Yeah. Yeah, would have worked for 6 points already. But I'm staying out of these for now. The more I see these work, the more I'm willing to take them in the future. But right now, I'm just got to observe it. The 200's new for me to observe. So, but yeah, there it goes. This is the same exact setup as I took earlier. If you look at it, it's the same exact setup. Here was the new low, first entry short, second entry short. It burst right through the midline of the Bollinger. And it's the same thing here. New low, first entry short, second entry short, burst right through the Bollinger. So that was it here. And then, or you can look at this as like double bottom, first entry short, second entry short, where I was looking at it. So there's actually 2 opportunities there. Let's see. My stomach's going crazy. I hope you can't hear that. Gary says, yeah, this is a big test. This is where you are at a crossroads, not sure what to do. You can buy, sell, or do nothing, depending on what you pick is based on who you are. 200 is a good one to keep on the chart. Gives you a market bias. Yeah, I agree. I'm I'm liking it on here so far. I have the 50 also is the green one. So I have the 50 and the 200. I've never used those before in my trading. And just put them on, I think last week was when I first put them on. So still just in a observing state with that. Man, I really actually should have, this is where I should have been long above this bar. So I missed a couple opportunities there, but that's okay. Yeah, that was a good opportunity right there on that bar. But that's all right. The more I see these, the more I like this trade. I mean, it's going to become like my go-to trade because I just see it working so often. It's a really high probability trade so far, based on my observations. And this one too. I mean, other than the 200 being in the way, if that 200 wasn't there, I would have definitely gone long above this bar. All right. GameStop is just not doing anything exciting, but it's holding up at least. I mean, it's not like coming down. It's just not pushing up as much as all the expectations were for today. Had a good jolt in the morning and then it's pulled back. But that's how GameStop's been for the past basically 2 weeks. Surges in the morning, pulls back, and then holds up and then pushes towards the end of the day and doesn't quite get the new high that day. But I mean, everything still looks good in the long term for now. All right. Check these other charts. And this is kind of nice to have the 2 minute. 2 minutes, kind of a nice reference. The 5 minute and the 15 minute, I think, are less helpful for me. I'm still keeping them for now just to like be able to look at them. But I'm not going to trade off of those. Yeah, the 15 minute really doesn't help me. I might even just stop looking at the 15 minute. The 60 minute's kind of interesting. Can see the levels further back. Maybe I can put more days on here if I need to. But kind of interesting to have these reference points. And then the daily, I always like to see the daily. But yeah, we're down 536 points right now, 2.6%. And we're off the lows of the day. And here's a random tick chart, 1900 tick chart. See, 68 ATR on the 1900 tick chart, whereas I have a 49 ATR on the 1 minute tick chart, which is why I like the 1 minute better. It's typically most of the day the ATR will be lower, which means my risk is lower per trade. All right, it's 11:26. Do I want to stick around? There's definitely some things I should be doing. We'll give it a little bit longer. I'm getting tired too. It's like, well, let's see. My streams been running for 4.5 hours, but really I traded like a half hour, like of actually looking at the chart, and then came back, traded about an hour, so hour and a half, and then I was gone for, 20 to 30 minutes. So I traded like a little over 2 hours of actually watching the charts. Double espresso time. Yeah, if I drank coffee, I don't drink coffee. It's also because, I'd have to have like iced coffee because I live in California and it is hot. In fact, I gotta turn my AC on. It's getting warm in here. But it's hot outside. Gary says 2 hours for $250, 125 per hour, not a bad pay. Yeah, not a bad payday. In Gary's humble opinion, I agree. When you break it down to time spent, but of course, this money's not real yet. I don't look at this money being real. To me, it's still like how Alpine says, or used to say, it's like tokens or, it's skee ball tickets, right? I gotta be able to like collect enough to turn it in for my prize. So until I have enough to collect and turn in for my prize, it's not real money yet. Trading on prop firms. So until I can prove that I can actually get there and turn in my tokens for my prize, I'm still working for free. Gary says, and that's the last you'll hear about the per hour pay thing, because nobody looks at trading like that. Yeah, no, there's something valid about it. If you're consistent, I think at the point that you're consistent, then it's very valid, to think about it like that. But, look at me, hey, look at me. I've got a 77% win rate, right? So for a lot of people, that's consistent, right? But my margin for error and margin for profit is very small. Even with the changes I've made. Yeah, hey, look at me. Because when I started, my risk reward was like way on the wrong side. Like I was risking like 7 to 1, 8 to 1 a lot of times. And so, I'd win 5, 6 trades in a row, and then that one loss wiped all those trades out. So now I've got a lot better. Like I'm risking much more closer to 2 to 1 in a lot of cases. Sometimes it's even 1 to 1. At worst, it's like 3 to 1. So I'm in a way better place as far as risk reward. That's going to help me. So my win percentage is going to be more on point, because now the 77% is going to be more valid in a way. Like I'll actually be able to profit being 77%. Now, really, I need to be 80% or better to really be profitable, I think. And then as I evolve, hopefully eventually I'll be able to get more confidence. And it's really because of the trailing drawdown. If I can ever get past the trailing drawdown, then I'll be much more comfortable trading 2 contracts if I have some buffer. Because right now, honestly, 2 contracts, a loss, you wipe out, I could wipe out like $700 from my trailing. So it's almost like a quarter of my trailing drawdown gets wiped out in one trade with 2 contracts, potentially. So that's why really I'm down to 1 contract, is managing the trailing drawdown more than anything. And then on the profit side, like there will be trades where I'll be able to move my profit target up and trail with my stop and really capture bigger profits. But and then there'll be days where I'm only gonna get like 3 ticks because I move it up to break even plus 2 or 3 really quick to make sure I don't get a trade that goes against me. So I'm still adjusting, and the losses, that's the thing. I think I'm doing a better job managing my trades now, actually, where I have kind of like targets. I know where resistance, I know where a lot more resistances can be when I'm in the trade, or support levels, depending on which way I'm going. And I think that's helping me because I know when like the margin for error is tight and it could go against me because there's potential resistance, I move my stop quicker, and I'm being more willing to take break even trades or slightly, just a few ticks, as opposed to just win or lose, which is what I used to do, is just win or lose mentality. And I don't think I need to do a win or lose mentality. I think it's preserve capital, preserve drawdown, and then try to profit as much as possible on each opportunity. Yeah, I think that's just where it's at. So I think my read here has been pretty good. We've been trying to get to this measured move target this whole time. I missed an opportunity here and here to take a long. That's fine. And we'll see what happens. We now touched this Bollinger twice on top here, so we'll see if there's another pullback. But I wouldn't be surprised if we get up to this level at the very least right here. But no setups for me. Yeah, hey, look at me over here with my 2 viewers. And, I'm not here to, it's not really about building a huge channel, and I'm not here to just sell affiliates and all that. I'm really here to try to figure out how to trade profitably. Oh, shit. That's what it's about for me here on YouTube, and just, I think the stream keeps me honest, It's like I can't lie to myself. I can't like pretend like red days didn't happen and all that stuff we do to ourselves as traders to like convince ourselves, we're better than we are. So I feel like I have a very realistic point of view of where I'm at my trading. It's like I'm getting there. I'm just getting there extremely slowly. All right. So there's about an hour and a half left in the market. Gary says, does your bro trade? Not seen any P&L screenshots. Yeah, I'm not sure actually what's going on with him right now. He was on a run, man. He was getting payouts like consistently for a few months. And even, what was it? I think it was the payout for the end of June. He had a huge payout. And then I think he blew up some accounts. And I'm not really sure where he's at. Honestly, I'm not sure. And I don't want to talk too much about his personal business unless he comes in here and starts talking about it or goes onto the Discord and talks about it. But he hit a little bit of turbulence. I think that in the beginning of this month, July. I think like a lot of people, I've seen Alpine traders been having some red days, and saw trades by Matt, blew up his accounts not that long ago, and then he's had some red days recently, and some other YouTubers out there. So I think he's had some rough days recently, and so I think I'm not sure if he's taking a little break or if he's just working on the evaluations, and so he doesn't feel like it's even worth posting about it. He very much has the mindset of like just get through the evaluations and get PAs going again. So I suspect he's probably just working on evaluations in the background and trying to build up his PAs. Because he had 20, I believe he had 20 at one point, and then he got a ton of payouts, and it went down to like, I don't know, he lost some of those accounts, and then he was on target for another big payout, and then just, things fell apart a little bit, but he'll be back. I'm sure we'll see some P&Ls from him soon. Yeah, he's a pretty different trader than me. He's much more aggressive than me. I'm very measured, like I was saying earlier. He takes a lot more risks and he really goes for it. And yeah, I think the thing with him is, he's really trying to trade all of his accounts together. And I'm not a big advocate of trading all of the accounts because one bad day something goes wrong, or technically something goes wrong with Rhythmic, whatever the case may be. It's like it's all of your accounts, and but the payoff when things go well is so big and so great. So he really goes for it, and I think he trades. I think what his issue really was just he had a bad day or two, and he was trading all of his accounts. I think that's what happened. Yeah, Gary says you get only a few mistakes doing that, and Gary says, right, I've done both. Yeah, yeah. I think it's just one of those things. I mean, would he have gotten like those huge payouts that he got if he didn't do that? Who knows? I'm not sure. But then you're vulnerable to that one day where you just push things a little too far, or just don't have the right read on the market, or just whatever the case may be, or one bad day where Rhythmic fucks you up, and you get a loss you shouldn't get, and then they decide they won't fix it that day, and it sucks. So yeah, I'm never gonna trade all these accounts at the same time. The most I think I'll ever do is half. So if I can get to 10 accounts, then maybe at some point I'll trade 5 and 5. Right now I've got 5, so I'm trading 2 and 2, and then the way I'll do it is I'll rotate. So either I'll do the one on its own, or I'll do back to the first account with the last account or something like that. But Gary says that's still a lot, honestly. 10 at a time is a different mindset. Yeah. Well, and that's why, it's for me, it's going to be all about working up to it. And that's why I'm not like even trying to get more PA accounts at this point. Like right now, it's just all about payouts, baby. It's all about, well, it's all about procedure, process, all about taking good trades. It's still, the 1 minute chart is still really new to me. I've only been trading it, like a month, maybe 2 months. It hasn't really been that long, where I've like just only been trading the 1 minute chart. So I still find myself, catching myself and going like, yeah, like, the 1 minute chart has a different behavior than tick charts. And so, I still got to give myself grace to find my comfortability with it. But yeah, it's going to be just about a slow build up over time. And I'm definitely not mentally ready to trade 10 accounts at one time. Even trading 2 accounts for me right now, feels like big risk. Gary says it's like trading for the first time all over again, learning to control your emotions because it's a 10 or 20 times factor when you win or lose. Yeah, I imagine that's right. There was a point where I was trading like 3 or 4 or 5 accounts at the same time, but it was like one PA with 3 or 4 evals kind of thing. And even that felt, I felt it in those cases. And especially it's the days where you lose, right? The days where you win, it's easy. The days where you have green numbers on, multiple accounts on one trade or whatever it is, it's really easy to be like feeling great about that. But when you take that loss and you see red across all those accounts and you add it up, it's painful, It is, it's just painful. Just looking here. First entry, second entry short on the 5 minute. Gary says, I once bought 20 lifetime accounts, all blue. You blew 20 lifetime PA accounts in a single trade. Gary says it hurt for a long time. Laugh out loud. Yeah, you can only laugh out loud now, though, right? Yeah, I can only imagine. On one trade, man. Damn. Yeah, that's the other thing too is my five PAs, actually all my PAs, I always paid lifetime. These five PAs are all lifetime. And because I know it's going to take me some time and I don't want the extra pressure of those like monthly fees coming in. So I've set myself up. I've got the five PAs. I've got no more fees coming my way if I decide to cancel these last accounts. And just looking first entry long, second entry long, failure under here. I don't know, it's just kind of messy. Not sure I'm looking for shorts anymore. Would have worked. But yeah, so I've kind of set myself up where now it's just a matter of like, just focus on process, focus on my trading, and that would have been a good trade. The thing I didn't like about it was these bars stacked up. I mean, what I should have liked that was we had a close. We tried to close above the 50 again, and we closed below it again. So that should have given me some reason to like it. We basically tried to get to this measured move twice and couldn't do it. So usually when it doesn't reach the measured move after a couple tries, it's going to go the other way. But we're also getting later in the day, and the market can become a little bit more sporadic. But yeah. Gary says I can laugh because I'm getting payouts now. Yeah, well that's key, right? And Gary says he's on Trade of 8, so they were 160 each plus the eval prices, right? Right. Yeah, it's more expensive on Trade of 8. Yeah, I figure on average, my PAs cost me approximately, on average, $200 per account. That's taking the lifetime fee plus the evaluation cost. So on average, each of my accounts cost me $200. So and it works out because I'm a little bit over $3,000 in the hole for Apex for all of my trading, and I've got I'm over here 15 accounts total, and so on average $200 account, and it's about $3,000. But I've spent a little bit over $3,000 with all the extra fees of the evaluations I didn't pass and all that stuff, and extra months and things like that. But yeah, some accounts it costs me like 150, 160, whatever it is on the low end. Some accounts are right at 200. Some accounts were 240, 250. On average, 200 per account is my risk, though, including evaluations and everything. Also, because most of my purchases for evaluations are either 90% or 80%. So I'm either spending $30 in evaluation or $16. And then also some of them were 25K accounts early on as well. Those just don't have enough drawdown. So stop doing that. All right, I think I am going to call it. I'm going to call it. I don't think I'm taking another trade today. Yeah, I'm just worn out. So we've got 2 trading days left. Hopefully I'll be able to take advantage and trade my full session tomorrow as well as Friday. And yeah, thanks for coming by, Gary. It's always fun having you around in the chat. I like being able to have these kind of conversations with you. So I hope you keep coming by over here. And I'll see you in the Discord as well. And yeah, so I'm going to call it here, just the one trade today. Again, missed some time trading earlier, but this is what I'm looking for. This is like going to become my signature trade. Big push through the middle of the Bollinger, create a first entry, second entry short with a failure to go long. And I'll do the same thing with big pushes going the short direction too. And, really, there's probably some opportunities with the big, strong push through it on the downside here where I could have been looking for some of these trades as well. But and here was the other one. It's the same exact trade. I could have been in here, and I could have been up here. So it's definitely a trade I'm going to be looking for and trying to focus on, because those appear to be like a 90% probability trade for me when I recognize them. So All right. Yeah, I'm out of here. The 90%, or not 90%, 80% off on Apex goes through the end of the month still. I just want to just remind anyone that watches this late in the day. So for the full month of July, 80% off with Apex. And still the $40 deals on, I think it's $40 on Rhythmic. I'm not sure what it is on Trade for the 150 account, 250 account, and 300 account. And yeah, all that. Anyway, I think I've said it all. Gary, thanks for coming by. Glad you had a good trading day. I'll chalk this up as a good trading day for me, 1-0, and 126 on 2 accounts. I'll take it. Be back at it tomorrow. Thanks for watching, and I'm going to be watching GameStop. It's starting to make a little bit of a push again, trying to get to 29, and I want to close my Friday calls. Really, the idea was I was going to close them by the end of the market today, so depending on how things are looking, I'll probably close my Friday calls, my 30 strike, the end of the day, or if I want to be a little bit risky, depending on how things are looking, if things are still looking bullish for tomorrow, maybe I let it ride into tomorrow, knowing that the one I sold today pays for the total cost of the ones I still have riding for Friday. So it's kind of a free roll. It's just a matter of whether I want to lock in for sure profit on those now, or let it ride one more day. So that's what I'll be deciding on that. And otherwise, see you guys tomorrow. I'll let you know what I do on that GameStop. All right, I'm out of here. Like and subscribe if you haven't already. I appreciate it.